understand that there's an application that Mr Cheney wishes to make.
Thank you. Just take a... Is Ms Johnston here today?
No, Mr Lloyd, John.
Thanks, Mr Lloyd. I just said I can't see you because of the inset. All right, note everybody else is here. Thank you. Mr Cheney.
Your Honour may hopefully have received the letter we sent overnight. The application is that the further oral evidence of Mr Norman and Mr Lodge go over to a date to be fixed. It's an application that I understand is not opposed by any party.
That's so, Your Honour.
I think is it joined by...
Yes, it's a joint application.
And it's supported by Aspland, yes. I don't know whether it's necessary to address Your Honour on the reasons why beyond what's in the letter.
I ventilated it yesterday and I indicated a course that would take place if it became necessary, and I think you've demonstrated that it is necessary.
Thank you. There is a regime that we've thrashed out outside the court that I might let Mr Castleton explain. Is it,
Certainly. If Your Honour's minded to accede to the application, and my submission Your Honour would, then what that means is, logistically, is that the discrete issue in relation to vegetation management will need to go over to another day to enable my learned friends appearing on behalf of Essential Energy and Aspland to deal with the oral evidence that fell out yesterday from Mr Norman. It will also enable those assisting Your Honour to confer with Mr Norman and seek from him a further report dealing with Tree 4 and whether, based on a set of assumptions that would be conveyed to him, whether he can express an opinion as to whether Tree 4, in his view, was perhaps readily visible. And that would then enable those parties who have an interest on that issue to consider that report and to deal with it in writing, as I understand they want to do, particularly in relation to the oral evidence that we heard yesterday from Mr Norman. In terms of the other issues, it's my submission that they can be completed today. All that remains is the evidence of Mr Demar. Mr Demar has, as Your Honour is aware, expressed expert opinions on a number of topics, including vegetation management. It would be our submission that Mr Demar can be called and can be heard on issues relating to cause and origin, and also in relation to fuel load management, and that in relation to the opinions that he has expressed on the topic of vegetation management, that aspect can go over to a date to be fixed when the arborists are recalled, and on the assumption that an expert report is prepared on behalf of Essential Energy and or Aspland, that expert can be called at that time as well. So it may be a position where there are three arborists and Mr Demar that could be called concurrently, but I'll reserve my position on that until we see what comes in.
Well, I understand Aspland and Essential Energy's position. I note just for... the recording is not working. Yep, so we need to I need to adjourn until the system's rebooted so it can be recorded for the transcript. Has anything been recorded?
I've got a phone number to ring and then I'll...
Can find out, okay. It's one of those days. Well, I can't say anymore. All right, we'll adjourn until it's sorted. Thank you. Right, so that has been all recorded.
It has. It's good to hear, Your Honour.
Yes.
Unless there's anything else arising, the only other matter is to call Mr Damar and deal with those discrete issues.
Okay. Now, just I need to put on the record that I note that Pinnacle has been granted leave to appear but have never in fact appeared.
That is my understanding, Your Honour.
Does Mr Wiper know about what's happened
I don't know.
or happening?
I apprehend he probably does not. We can certainly inform Mr Wiper of what has occurred, and if he wishes to participate, then it's a matter entirely for him.
I haven't really formally identified Pinnacle as a party, given that he hasn't submitted an appearance apart from giving evidence as a witness.
Yes, he did, as I understand it, receive a sufficient party interest letter, but has not, as I recall, formally sought Your Honour's leave to appear as part of the inquiry.
Right. Mr Cheney and Mr Goodman, do you have any opposition to the course that's proposed by Council Assisting for today?
No, Your Honour.
Right. Okay. Yes.
All right. Could Mr Paul Damar please be called?
Silence, please. Yes, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm the evidence that you shall give be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Take a seat, please.
Mr Damar, would you please state your full name,
Paul James Damar.
your present occupation,
I'm a consultant,
and what areas do you consult in?
natural resources and agriculture, specialising in bushfires and vegetation management.
And have you, as part of this inquiry into the fire at Reedy Swamp, prepared 3 reports?
I have.
Is the first of those reports a report dated the 24th of June 2020?
Yes.
Subject to the issue of cause and origin, do you adhere to the opinions that you've expressed within that report?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have you also prepared a report titled Supplementary Expert Report dated 16 July 2020?
Yes, that's the first supplementary I prepared.
And are there some matters in there that, well, I withdraw that, do you adhere to the opinions you've expressed in relation to that report?
Yes.
And finally, have you more recently prepared a second supplementary report dated 10 August 2020?
I have.
You've annexed to your first report, have you not, your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
I won't go through that today, Mr Damar, it will speak for itself. I just want to firstly deal with the question of cause and origin in relation to this fire at Reedy Swamp. You have expressed the opinion, have you not, that the likely cause of the fire was as a result of a tree known as Tree 4 falling onto the conductor line number 2 between what is known as Pole C and Pole D, causing an ignition.
Yes, that's correct.
Have you this morning been provided with a statement of a Ms Cassandra Dixon, which is Exhibit 16, Your Honour?
Yes, I was reading that just earlier.
And did you also have an opportunity to look at some photographs which form part of Exhibit 18?
Yes, I did.
Did you also this morning have an opportunity to consider the evidence of Mr Trent Galley, which is Exhibit 34?
Yes, I read his statement.
Can I ask you to make 2 assumptions? Firstly, which bears upon your second report. If you could please assume that Professor Blackburn has disavowed his hypothesis that Tree 2 and its interaction in and around Pole B is no longer pressed in relation to a possible cause of ignition. And could you also assume, please, Mr. Damar, that Professor Blackburn and a Professor Don Russell, who is also an electrical engineer, have both given evidence this week that Tree 4's interaction with conductor line 2 between pole C and pole D is the cause of the sensitive earth fault that was recorded at about 12:19 p.m. on the 18th of March 2018. Having made those two assumptions and having read the evidence of Ms Dixon and Mr Galley, what, if anything, do you have to say in relation to your opinion in relation to the likely cause of ignition in the power line easement at Reedy Swamp?
The evidence that I took from Ms Dixon's statement aligns closely with my assessment of the cause and origin of the fire being between poles C and D due to Tree 4 bringing down conductor line 2. And obviously the change in opinion of Dr Blackburn also now aligns with my original assessment of the cause and origin.
Does the recent evidence of Ms Dixon and Mr Galley, together with the two assumptions I've asked you to make, fortify your opinion as to cause of this fire?
Yes, it does.
Now, as part of the exercise that you undertook this morning in relation to considering Ms Dixon's evidence, did you peruse a photograph which is Exhibit 18, which is an A3 photograph of the area around Pole B, taken at about 2:40 p.m. on the 18th of March 2018? I'll ask that that be provided to Mr Damar, Your Honour. It's Exhibit 18. Now, just assume that this was taken at about 2:40 p.m. on that afternoon, being the 18th of March 2018. Assume, please, that the portion of the power pole in that photograph is pole B. What, if anything, can you say, Mr Damar, in relation to the fire's behaviour at that point?
There are a number of things I can see in that photograph. First of all, you can see those young saplings up in the top left corner of the photograph leaning, and you can see the foliage is being blown sort of across and up the easement, so the wind direction, they're indicating the wind direction. In terms of fire behaviour, what I can see there is a fire that is backing into that wind that I've just described. And you'll note that the trees that you can see in that photograph that have got fire on their left-hand side going up the bark.
That's the fire. There's two trees primarily where one sees fire creeping up the stem.
Yes, that's right.
They're stringy bark trees, are they?
They are stringy bark trees, and stringy bark trees are common in this area. There's a number of species. There's Eucalyptus seaberi, which is a silver-top ash, which is quite dominant here, has a very fibrous bark. There's also white stringy bark. That's Eucalyptus globoida. And there is also blackbutt, which has a fibrous bark. One of the features or attributes of stringy bark trees that's quite different from other places in the world is that the bark is very fibrous, like fine hairs that are matted, and it's very flammable. And so what I can see is on the lee side, so on the downwind side of those trees, the wind wraps around the tree like a vortex and is feeding the fire and fire is running up the lee side of the tree. So that's what I can see in that photograph. That's why there's some vertical element in that photograph. But otherwise, what I see there is a surface fire that is backing downhill into the wind.
Could the fire on the lee side of those stringy bark trees create any confusing fire indicators to a fire investigator who may have been tracking indicators in this area?
Yes, they can. One of the macro indicators that fire investigators use to track the direction of a fire is what they call lee side charring. So when a fire is moving with the wind and approaching a tree, the flames wrap around the back of that tree, the leeward side of that tree, and the vortex that's created causes the fire to run up and char to a higher height on the back of the tree than the front of the tree. So fire investigators will look for signs of advancing fire behaviour by looking for that higher height of charring on the back of the tree. Where they can be foxed by an indicator like this one is that with stringy barks, which are highly flammable, a fire backing down towards those trees can leave that pattern of behaviour and lead them to the opposite conclusion. So where a backing fire has actually caused that pattern, they would expect that pattern might have been caused by an advancing fire.
So when you use the word fox, they may have inadvertently assumed that what they're seeing is an indication of advancing fire, but when in truth it may have been the result of a backing fire on the lee side of a stringy bark tree, which is highly flammable.
That's correct, and where there's an advancing fire in stringy bark forests, you'll often see the entire trunk, both sides, are burnt because those trunks are so flammable.
And because of the vortex phenomenon that you described a moment ago.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Demar. That concludes the first topic, which was cause and origin. I'll invite Mr. Mickelvet to cover the final topic, which is on fuel load management.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Demar. You have provided two reports that deal with the subject of fuel load management, that being the first and third of your reports, the second dated the 10th of August 2020. Now, the first thing I'll ask you about relates to the bushfire management plan or risk management plan. If you assume that the bushfire risk management plan provided that the aim in relation to strategic fire advantage zones was to manage the fire such that a mosaic pattern of treatment was implemented in order to keep the overall fuel hazard below a level of high in the majority of the strategic fuel advantage zone. The question I have at the outset is, assuming areas of the strategic fuel advantage zone are to be managed at a level below high, if you have a burn that is conducted in order to manage those levels, how long does it typically take in areas of dry sclerophyll forest to re-attain a level of high or greater?
Well, it can vary, obviously, depending on the type of dry sclerophyll forest. Not all dry sclerophyll forest is uniform and the same.
Are there, Mr.
But in
essentially two categories of dry sclerophyll forest?
There are two subformations
Yes.
that are often referred to. One is a grassy subformation and one is a shrubby subformation. That's really just about the dominant ground cover that's within the forest. So in a grassy dry sclerophyll forest, you would expect to mainly see grass with the odd shrub here and there, whereas in a shrubby dry sclerophyll forest, the dominant understory vegetation will be shrubs. It will include grass, but there will also be shrubs.
Yes. I cut you off when you were going on to discuss the length of time it might take to regenerate to a level of high or above.
Look, based on research that's been done in Western Australia, also here in New South Wales, in blackbutt forests and in Queensland, in the order of 8 to 10 years is what I would expect to elapse before the fuels would return to high levels. It's largely independent of whether it's been wet or whether it's been drought. In dry years, eucalypts tend to increase their shedding of leaves, so that adds to the fuel. In wet years, you get extra growth of grass and low forbs and shrubs in the understory. So, yeah, there's not a great, you wouldn't expect to find a great difference if there's been a few drought years in that 10-year period or a few wet years in that period.
Right, so the weather might have an impact on the behaviour of individual trees in a given period, but over a longer period of time, the effects of drought, for example, on overall fuel levels might compensate.
Yeah, drought will slow the growth of the understory, but it'll increase the litter shed from the trees.
Yes. And what is the position in relation to portions of the forest that might be classified as wet sclerophyll?
Wet sclerophyll forests are typically in wetter sites, so more productive sites. The species of trees are faster growing, they're often taller growing as well, and they attain higher fuel loads than what you would expect in a dry sclerophyll forest. In terms of, they also typically burn less often because they're wetter. Often you might have a fire in a dry sclerophyll forest, other than in drought years in harsh summers, where the fire might burn up to wet sclerophyll that might be occurring down in gullies and things like that, and peter out once it encounters that higher fuel moisture. So they often have higher fuel loads in there, but the fuel accumulation rates early on in the piece after burning are not that dissimilar from the early rates in the dry sclerophyll forest.
Is that to say that wet sclerophyll forests might accumulate fuels at a higher rate or a faster rate, but when it comes to contact with fire, they burn less readily?
It's not so much that they will accumulate at a faster rate, it's that they will reach a higher quantity of fuel in the forest. So whereas a dry sclerophyll forest might attain an equilibrium fuel load of around 25 tonnes per hectare, a wet sclerophyll forest may accumulate fuels even exceeding 40 tonnes per hectare. And it'll obviously take longer for it to get to that higher level of fuel load.
So a wet sclerophyll forest is subject at present to a minimum fire threshold of 25 years. In circumstances where there is a higher or an accumulation of more intensive fuels, are you able to say why it is that there is that distinction between the wet and dry sclerophyll forests in terms of minimum fire thresholds?
Yes, those fire thresholds have got nothing to do at all with rates of fuel accumulation. They're completely independent of that. They are to do with the species of flora that occur within those ecosystems. So because wet sclerophyll forests often occurs next to rainforest, and because there are often mesic elements, so these are soft-leaved understory trees in wet sclerophyll systems, they take longer to get to maturity where they can flower and set seed than more sclerophyllous shrubs and grasses that you find that typically are found in dry sclerophyll forest. So there are more fire-sensitive species in wet sclerophyll. That minimum 25-year interval is set around the juvenile period of those more fire-sensitive species getting to maturity, so that if a fire comes through, there's still a seed source there that they can regenerate on the site. It's got nothing to do with fuel.
So it's essentially an environmental consideration.
It's an ecological driver in
Yes.
that case.
And in those circumstances, it would be erroneous to assume, for example, that a given portion of dry sclerophyll forest that had been burnt for, I withdraw that, it would be erroneous to assume that a given portion of wet sclerophyll forest that had not burnt in a given period of time was automatically of a lower fuel load than a given area of dry sclerophyll forest that had not burnt in the same period of time.
Yes, that would be erroneous.
If I could take you, Mr. Demar, to a document at page 5993 of the brief. That's at tab 233 of volume 15. Might be easier to put that on the screen.
Sorry, which tab was it again? Which tab?
233.
Right towards the back.
You can see that on the screen, Mr. Demar, but it might be easier to look at the hard copy.
Yes, I can see that.
Do you see on that map the Tanger Flora Reserve marked in the top left-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see at the bottom right-hand corner of the Tanger Flora Reserve a cross-hatched area?
Yes, I do.
I'd ask you to assume that that represents a strategic fire advantage zone.
Yes.
And you see a blue polygon
Yes.
that overlaps with the strategic fire advantage zone I've taken you to.
Yes.
I'd ask you to assume that that represents a prescribed burn that occurred in the 2008 to 2009 year.
Yes.
Assuming that that burn occurred, is it your position that untreated areas of, I withdraw that, can you express an opinion as to whether untreated areas of dry sclerophyll forest in that strategic advantage zone, as at the time of this bushfire in March 2018, were likely to have an overall fuel hazard level of high or greater?
Yes, I would.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you indicate why you've reached that conclusion?
When you apply a hazard reduction burn, you are deliberately trying to apply a low intensity fire, which really just burns through the surface fuels and some of the near surface fuels. And when I'm talking about those fuels, I'm talking about leaf litter that is on the ground, low grasses that are in the ground cover vegetation, and other herbaceous plants that are in the ground cover vegetation, and low shrubs. You're not trying to take out the intermediate vegetation or the canopy vegetation. So those fuels will be reduced in the burnt area, but in the area outside the burn, you won't have taken out any of those fuels at all. And so the quantity of fuel in there will go back to when that area was last burnt. And we don't know when that was in this case, but it could be several decades.
Yes. And in relation to the treated area of the forest?
In relation to the treated area of the forest, that blue is indicating that it was treated in the 2008-2009 prescribed burn. So in relation to 2018, you're looking at 9 to 10 years prior. So I would expect that the fuels in that blue area that's been indicated as burnt would probably have re-entered the high range.
And is there any distinction as to your expectation in relation to dry sclerophyll forest portions of that treated area as compared to wet sclerophyll forest portions of that treated area?
Regardless of whether that was dry sclerophyll or wet sclerophyll, 9 to 10 years after it was last burnt, I'd expect that fuel to have reached high again by this stage.
Yes. And in your view, were the works conducted in that strategic fire advantage zone in the period from, say, 2007 to the time of the bushfire sufficient to meet the goal that is set out in the bushfire risk management plan? That is to manage the strategic fire advantage zone such that a majority of the area has an overall fuel hazard rating of less than high?
No, I wouldn't have thought that the majority of that strategic fire advantage zone was less than high.
And why do you reach that conclusion?
Well, there are large areas that haven't been burnt at all, so they would certainly exceed high. And I would expect that even the fuels in the blue polygon there would also be high. So there is no way that that strategic fire advantage zone could have a majority of its fuel at less than high.
Yes. Are you able to draw any conclusions from the information that's been provided to you in relation to whether any of those areas would be likely to have an overall fuel hazard rating of very high or greater?
I would expect that in the unburnt area of that SFAZ, the fuels would be in the high to very high range.
Yes. And in the burnt area?
And in the burnt area, I would expect that would have just re-entered the bottom end of the high range.
Yes. Mr. DeMar, how would you expect a land manager to deal with a situation where part of a strategic fire advantage zone might be categorised as dry sclerophyll forest, subject to a minimum burn period of either 5 or 7 years, and part of the same strategic fire advantage zone might be subject to a minimum burn period of 25 years on account of the fact that it is wet sclerophyll forest?
It's a real conundrum for land managers to manage, because when you walk into the forest you don't find lines on the ground saying on this side we've got wet sclerophyll and on this side we've got dry sclerophyll. They grade into and out of each other. And from a practical perspective, which is where I come from, there's no way of pulling the fire up at the edge of the dry sclerophyll. So these artificial lines that we have on maps that delineate between wet and dry, to a practical, to a burn practitioner, there's nothing to help you pull your fire up at the edge of those lines that are on a map. So the only things that you have, either you've got to put in a mineral earth brake of some type, either using machinery or using hand tools, or you've got to use what we call moisture differentials, and so you have to burn at a particular time when you assess that the dry sclerophyll components, which are on the ridge lines and some of the upper slopes, will be flammable and able to burn, and you just have to hope that the fire peters out when it gets to those moister fuels in the wet sclerophyll forest. But that's not a precise art. You can't pull it up exactly where the lines are on the map.
Yes. And would those considerations preclude you from undertaking a burn in an area of mixed dry and wet sclerophyll forest?
They don't preclude you from undertaking it. I guess if you, with best endeavours, go in to burn predominantly the dry sclerophyll forest, and the fire makes incursions into the wet sclerophyll forest, that will leave you in breach of your conditions for your hazard reduction certificate, because you're not authorised to burn that wet sclerophyll at that interval. So it leaves you in that predicament. You've got a couple of choices. Either you don't do the burn because you don't want to take the risk that the burn will go where it shouldn't, or you do the burn and you find yourself in breach of the condition. So it's a real predicament for fire practitioners.
Is there, in your experience, any way around that in the current regulatory environment?
Look, most of the agencies are very keen on getting their environmental assessment done through the Bushfire Environmental Assessment Code. The only reason we have that code is because the alternate route to go through and do an REF or an EIS is a tortuous path and a costly path, and there was an interdepartmental committee back in the early 2000s that found that path was actually an impediment to people doing hazard reduction burning, which is why they developed the code in the first place, because that suite of environmental regulations was too difficult. People were either burning illegally or not at all, and so they introduced a code to provide a path where people could burn without facing that dilemma. So if you can't burn under the code, then you're back into that other system which has its recognised flaws. So yes, you could burn, but it's not a path that any of the agencies really follow.
If you accept that there has been some evidence before this inquiry in relation to moves afoot to move the prescribed minimum period in relation to wet sclerophyll forest to a period of 15 years, would that to some extent alleviate the concerns that arise in managing the distinction between those two areas or types of forest?
I would say it's a move in the right direction, but it's not far enough. The problem you still have is that the Bushfire Coordinating Committee's model plan identifies that a strategic fire advantage zone should have its fuel, the majority of the fuel across the zone, at less than high. If you wait 15 years between burns, you won't be less than high. And so I guess what I suggested in my report, my supplementary report, was that the minimum fire interval be set in relation to the time frame that it takes for fuels to reach that high level, and that could be based on scientific research.
Yes.
It's already there.
You're not in a position, are you, to comment on the ecological impacts that such a shift might have?
Only in general terms. What I would say is that there will be some impact on the more fire-sensitive species that are in those strategic fire advantage zones, but that doesn't make them ecological deserts or not valuable as a habitat resource. Strategic fire advantage zones by design are intended to occupy only a small proportion of the landscape. They're placed typically adjacent to where there is life and property at risk, and so those impacts would have they would be relatively small in extent because they're only in those areas where the Bushfire Management Committee's placed the SFAZs. And what you would end up with is a more open, grassy, wet sclerophyll formation than a shrubby subformation. So there are two types of wet sclerophyll. There's grassy wet sclerophyll and there's shrubby wet sclerophyll. The impact of doing a shorter rotation burning would be to change that ground understory formation towards a grassy subformation rather than a shrubby subformation is what I would say.
Yes. So having regard to those matters and notwithstanding limitations that might exist in relation to your expertise in respect of ecological matters, you would adhere to your recommendation in respect of the management of strategic fire advantage zones?
Yes.
Can I ask that the witness be shown Exhibit 29? Yes. Mr. Demar, do you see there towards the top in the centre of the page an orange zone that's dated 19 May 2014?
Yes, I do.
And to the left of that, a further orange zone dated 18 June 2009?
Yes, I do.
And a further orange zone 19 May 2014?
Yes.
I'd ask you to assume that in 2014 the council conducted, that being the Bega Valley Shire Council, conducted hazard reduction burns in relation to the top polygon, and then that being the top of the polygons dated 19 May 2014, and then in 2017 conducted a burn on the 21st of June 2017 in relation to a smaller area, totalling approximately 7.5 hectares in the West Tathra Strategic Fire Advantage Zone. And then there were additional burns conducted in the period 2009, such that a total of approximately 70 hectares of 250 hectares were subject to burns in the period between 2009 and the fire. Given those assumptions, are you able to express a view as to whether the strategic fire advantage zone west of Tathra was adequately maintained?
No, I don't believe it was.
And why have you concluded that?
Well, those figures are figures that I considered in my second supplementary report, and when you consider 70 hectares as a proportion of 250 hectares, that's less than a third of the SFAZ that had been treated over a 10-year period. So in terms of a majority of the SFAZ having a fuel load of less than high, it certainly would not meet that specification.
Yes. In relation to the portion of the burn, I withdraw that. In relation to the portion of the land subject to burns in 2014, is it in your view likely that those areas would have had an overall fuel hazard of less than high as at the time of the bushfire?
Yes, I'd expect so.
But the position is different in relation to the areas that were subject to hazard reduction burns in 2009?
I'd expect that the area burned in 2009 would have reached the low end of the high range.
And what's your view in relation to those areas that were not subject to burns at either of those times?
They would be high or greater.
Yes. Would you, Mr. Demar, have expected the land manager responsible for the management of those areas that were burnt in 2009 and 2014 and 2017 to have conducted an assessment of the fuel loads in the areas.
I'd expect them to do that, but more than that. If you have a strategic fire advantage zone, such as the blue area that we're looking at there, in order to treat that such that it can meet the specifications in the plan, you would need to divide that area up into a series of blocks that you're going to treat over time, and then assess the fuels that are in those blocks, and then organise yourself a schedule over time of how you will treat each of those blocks. And that way you've actually got a plan of how you're going to implement that.
Yes.
SFAZ.
And would that plan be limited over a period of time? In terms of, would you want step one of the plan to start and the last step of the plan to finish within a period of time? And so what time would that be?
What you would seek to avoid, Mr. Mickelvet used the term mosaic burn earlier. What you would be trying to do is not treat all of that strategic fire advantage zone all at once. What you would seek to do is break it up into, maybe 5 or 6 blocks, and then each year or each couple of years treat a particular block, so that over a 10-year period you would have treated all of the strategic fire advantage zone, but treated parts of it at different times, and that's how you would achieve the required fuel load, Your Honour.
But is there a time limitation? Is it over a 3-year period or a 5-year period?
In terms of a plan, Your Honour?
So that at some stage the entire area is under high?
Generally, the planning horizons that we use in New South Wales are 5-year planning horizons. So, for example, the bushfire risk management plans that are developed are 5-year plans. They can be extended. Part of the reason for that, of course, is that, like we did this last summer, you can have big wildfire events that come through and change all the assumptions. So there will be many strategic fire advantage zones in New South Wales at the moment where they would have been reduced back to year 1 this year. And so if you have a 5-year plan, you can, if you have an event like this season or wildfires come through, then you need to go back and revisit that plan. But otherwise, a 5-year time frame is a reasonable time frame to plan over.
So all the zones that have been affected by this last season have been reset?
There's an enormous number of them that have been reset. 5 million plus hectares of eastern New South Wales burnt. Extraordinary.
So it might be said that this reset provides an opportunity for land managers to reconfigure their approach.
It provides probably a one-off opportunity. So from a practitioner's perspective, one of the difficulties in prescribed burning is if your fuels have built up to very high or extreme levels, it's very hard to achieve those low intensity fire prescriptions that you're trying to achieve. And getting these mosaics to occur can be problematic. So while we've had this reset go on over about 5 million hectares, there's now an opportunity in a lot of these SFAZs to plan out how they're going to treat those before we get to another stage where we've got the high fuel loads that make it more difficult to manage those zones.
Yes. Could I ask that the witness be shown the statement of Derek Van Bracht? I think that's Exhibit 16. Oh, sorry, I've got that wrong.
28.
Yes, Your Honour. Can I ask you to turn to page 29 of that, Mr Demar?
Yes?
You're aware that an audit was conducted in the years 2013, 2014 in relation to a number of bushfire management areas, including the Bega Valley Shire,
Yes, I am.
and that some recommendations were made in relation to the findings of that audit. Can I ask you, having regard to that table that I'd ask you to assume was introduced subsequent to the findings of that audit, whether you consider that a table of that type is sufficient to ensure that a compliant program of works is put in place and monitored?
What I can see from that table on page 29 is that most of those, except for line item 39, oh no, there's another one at 23. Many of them are APZs, but there are some strategic fire advantage zones there. And then there's a scheduled action date, and I'm not sure what they would refer to, but they look to me like they refer to the APZ component. So on line 18, line 21, line 39, the action refers to both APZs and SFAZs, but in the scheduled action date, what I see is like an annual action. You wouldn't treat all of the SFAZ every year, but you may well treat all of the APZ every year. So and then if you look at the comments, it all refers to APZs. So I don't really see any plan here about how they're going to deal with the SFAZ component.
So the inclusion of a table such as this, for example, in the reports of a particular land manager to the Bushfire Management Committee would not satisfy your concerns in relation to the absence of a formal documented monitoring or reporting process for the purposes of tracking whether a Bushfire Management Committee was adequately meeting its targets in relation to hazard reduction?
This is a plan, so it appears to be a forward-going plan. So when it says scheduled action date, I think of scheduled as in the future. So you would then monitor performance against what you've scheduled, but this would only address the APZs as far as I can see.
Yes.
The other thing I would say on that matter that you raise is that particular audit that was done, that was auditing, that's what I call a delivery audit. So they were auditing whether what the agencies said they would do in that particular year in their annual plan was done or not. That's what they were attempting to audit. That is not going to tell you whether you're achieving the objectives of your 5-year plan. So it can't tell you that. And indeed, there are many, you can have a annual schedule of works that you can diligently execute, but completely fail to implement the bushfire management plan, because in that annual plan you haven't planned enough to implement the strategy. So you can be perfect at implementing your annual plan, but that that doesn't mean that you're implementing your fire management strategy.
Yes. So, shortly stated, the implementation of a deficient plan is not going to successfully comply with your obligations to manage the land as required.
Not the way it's presently done, no.
Yes. So I'm just trying to get an understanding as to what your proposed process of a transparent and accountable assessment of the tracking of works that are being conducted against the goals might look like, Mr. Demar.
Well, in my mind's eye, how I would see it operating, for example, in relation to strategic fire advantage zones, is some of the maps that we've seen, such as the one that you took me to earlier, which has got the fire history. So you have a map of the strategic fire advantage zone, and you have an overlay of where the recent burns have been done. If each year the Bushfire Management Committee was to consider that, so that they could see how much of the SFAZ had not been treated, they would then be able to come to a conclusion, well, we need to plan some more burns in that area. I don't believe that process occurs within Bushfire Management Committees presently.
Yes.
Not adequately anyway.
And would one component of that process involve a requirement that members of a Bushfire Management Committee are required to, for example, undertake and document an assessment of fuel hazards in the areas subject to their management?
Yes.
And an assessment of the activities that they have in fact conducted in that period of time?
An assessment of the activities that they've conducted and how they are tracking towards maintaining those zones to the specifications over time.
Just one final subject, Mr. Demar. You've given some evidence in your first report in relation to the impact of fuel loads on the rate and spread of the fire. Are you able to provide Her Honour with any assistance as to the impact, if any, the failure to manage the strategic fire advantage zones as required might have had on the progress of this fire?
What I would say is that if the strategic fire advantage zone west of Tathra had have been maintained at a fuel load of less than high, the fire moving through that zone, I would expect, would still have been uncontrollable. It's not that the firefighters could have gone in there and put that fire out. The conditions were simply against them. But what that, as I tried to show through the modelling that I put in my first report, what would have occurred was that fire would have been a lot less intense than it was. One of the there are two key objectives in a strategic fire advantage zone. One is to minimise the extent of crown fire, and the other is to reduce the incidence of spotting. So they're two stated objectives in the Bushfire Risk Management Plan. If the fuel loads in there had been at a moderate or low level, I consider that there wouldn't have been crown fire approaching the edge of Tathra within that SFAZ. There still would have been some spotting because there are a lot of stringy bark trees in that area, and the low intensity fuel reduction burning will char some of the bark on the lower trunks of the trees. But because of the more intense fire coming under those severe conditions, there still would have been some spotting, but it would have been less than what did occur on the day.
Are you talking about the trees on the south side of the river or on the northern side of the river?
Both sides of the river, Your Honour.
Now,
Sorry, when you spoke before about the conundrum involved between the use of fire to reduce the load between the wet and the dry forest. When the dry forest is being burned to reduce the fuel load, is there a non-fire method to reduce at that time the wet forest?
Not on anything other than very small scales, such as are applied in asset protection zones. So asset protection zones are typically only tens of metres in dimensions, and there are mechanical methods used in those areas. Across broad scales, you know, we've got a 250 hectare strategic fire advantage zone here. You wouldn't go in and mechanically clear fuel over an area like that. Now, that's not to say that there aren't areas where you can do mechanical thinning. In fact, I've been part of a research project just recently looking at options for mechanical fuel treatments in Australia. They've been applied over in America now for well over a decade. Those treatments are really where you go in and what we call thin the forest. So in a lot of the forest that I saw down in this area, because it hasn't been burnt for quite some time, there's an abundance of young saplings and suppressed trees in the understory. That assists the fire to elevate up into the canopy. And there are mechanical fuel treatments that you can do to thin out that understory, and so that you achieve a wider spacing of trees and you get the fuel back to a sort of a low ground fuel level. But those at present aren't applied on any sort of wide scale in Australia.
Maybe on a mosaic basis.
Not even on a mosaic basis, Your Honour.
And earlier you spoke about the leaf litter accumulation and the weight of the wet forest being nearly twice as much as the dry. Does that also include fallen dead trees and branches as the tree grows?
Yes, it does. One of the unique features of eucalypts and corymbias is that they are self-pruning. When you go into a forest, it's amazing. There's a tree that 2/3 of its height is just a trunk, and then you've got the top third is the crown. The tree didn't grow that way. Once upon a time it was a sapling and it had lots of branches. What they do is they progressively shed those branches as they grow, and you end up with like a crown on a stick sort of a formation. So in wet sclerophyll forests, those trees are in a race to get to the light. They are light-seeking organisms, and they will do everything they can to be one of those canopy trees, and they don't put any growth in. Once their lower branches and lower leaves are too much in the shade, they shed those and they put all their growth energy into this race with the other trees to try and be one of the canopy dominants.
How many limb branches would a tree drop in a 25-year period?
Well, it's not so much necessarily large limbs, Your Honour. When you look at a eucalypt tree, they can be shedding little branches this size. They can even be large branches. You'll often see great big stubs on the tree where a large branch has dropped off and the bark occludes over that wound. So the branches that they drop can vary from large branches right through to much smaller size branches. So if you look in a eucalypt plantation, for example, you'll see all these little sticks sticking out of the trunk where they've shed all their leaves. As they go, all those little small branches will be shed, and you'll end up with a a smooth trunk. So all of that gets shed onto the forest floor. The stringy bark species are one variety. What I didn't mention was the ribbon bark species, and there are also half bark species. They shed all those characteristic eucalypt ribbons onto the forest floor. This is part of the ecology of the gum forests. The eucalypts and the corymbias are in competition with rainforest. So in the absence of fire-sensitive rainforest species will move into the understory. The eucalypts can't regenerate when there's an organic mulch on the ground. They're also shade intolerant. So you won't get regeneration in the understory of the eucalypts. What they do is create the conditions for a fire that, when there's a drought, fire comes through, removes its rain story competition, its seed rains down from its gum nuts right up in the overstory, and it maintains its occupancy of the site. So eucalypts create this fire environment.
Mr. Demar, we've heard some evidence during the course of this inquiry that conditions were such as to create an extreme spotting event that led to an enormous number of embers being rained down on Tathra. Are you able to express any view as to whether the management of the relevant strategic fire advantage zones may have contributed to that event?
Well, look, firstly, I don't characterise the event that occurred as an extreme event.
Since this last year, but maybe in 2018 you might have?
Even before that, Your Honour, there are two fire models that are used for predicting fire behaviour in eucalypt forests, like the ones on the south coast. There's the MacArthur Mark V model, which is a very old model, goes back to the 60s and 70s. And there's a more recent one called the dry eucalypt forest fire model. The rate of spread of the fire that we saw at Tathra, from when it started, it travelled about 6 kilometres until it hit Tathra. It travelled at about 2 kilometres per hour. There was nothing extraordinary about that. That actually falls in between those two models. So I would say that fire behaved as predicted. There was nothing extraordinary going on with the rate of spread of that fire. And in terms of the spotting, what I consider happened, it's not extraordinary. What happens with these mass spotting events is fire travels much more quickly uphill. So for every 10 degrees of slope, you can double the rate of spread. So as a fire, with the wind behind it, goes for a major run up a hill, when it gets to the top of the hill, on the way up, it develops a very strong and powerful convection column. Now, if you've ever looked at a bonfire and you've marvelled at the sparks being elevated up in the column of the fire, you can imagine what's going on in a fire of this type. It's very strong, and what it does is it stops the prevailing wind from getting... The convection column is so strong that the air in that convection column is moving faster than even these 30 to 40 kilometre an hour prevailing winds. So those winds bend up. When the fire reaches the top of a slope, that convection column collapses, and that prevailing wind can then come through, and you end up with a shower of embers forward of the fire. Now, I expect that would have happened as it reached the top of the slope near the Bega River, and that's how it would have spotted across the river. And again, as it ran up to Thompson Drive, and then went over Thompson Drive, when it got to the edge of Tathra, and there was no more fuel to fuel that convection column, that column would have collapsed, and you would have had all that shower of embers going into Tathra. That's not a new phenomenon. That's been going on forever. So I didn't see the fire behaviour that occurred at Tathra as being, some kind of extreme or new event.
So you wouldn't accept, Mr Damar, are you saying that this fire event could be characterised as one of the most eruptive sort of fire behaviour phenomenon that you can see, as we've heard some evidence in this inquiry?
No, and I'm sure. I don't see it as being some kind of eruptive or unusual fire event.
And it's your evidence that the spotting behaviour and convection behaviour might have been somewhat reduced if the fuel levels had been managed at the prescribed moderate levels or below. Are you able to give any indication as to what overall impact that might have had in the context of this fire on the consequences of it? Or is that just too abstract?
Look, I expect the fire still would have crossed the Bega River. That even if that strategic fire advantage zone on the western side of the river had it been implemented, the fire was larger than that zone. So I expect the fire would still have crossed the river. I just expect that the fire would have been less intense. It still would have spotted. There still would have been ember attack into Tathra. It just wouldn't have been on the scale that was experienced on the day if the fuels had been in that moderate to low range.
Those are the matters that I want to... Oh, yes. Importantly, Your Honour, we should tender the report of 10 August 2020.
Should we make that 12B?
I think that sounds right, Your Honour.
Mm. All right.
Yes. It might not fit in that particular volume, unfortunately.
No, it won't. It'll fit in volume 4, but it can still be 12B.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Tab 12B, volume 4.
Thank you, Mr Damar.
Mr Cheney, do you have any questions? Mr Goodman?
No, Your Honour.
Mr Newton, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Mr Damar, you asked some questions about the goal of a strategic fire advantage zone, and it was put to you that the goal was to keep a majority of the area less than high in terms of the overall fuel hazard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Could the witness be shown page 4,915 of the brief, which is at tab 246A, Mr Heffernan's third statement?
Can we get that up on screen? Please. It's also on screen.
Now, as I understand it, where that goal is, where one finds that goal is in the column of this table, which is headed zone characteristics. Is that right?
Yes.
And this table is a table which is found in the Bushfire Risk Management Plan of the Bega Valley Bushfire Management Committee of 9 June 2010. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And it's a table which is also found in the environmental assessment, the Bushfire Environmental Assessment Code that you've given some evidence about. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And so the goal, if one can put it that way, is to assess overall fuel hazard once vegetation communities reach minimum fire thresholds within this plan. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and I consider that that's in conflict because, and that's one of the things I pointed out in my third statement, is if you're not assessing fuel loads until, say, 25 years in wet sclerophyll, then you're well past the point where the fuel load in that area is less than high.
So, but when Mr. Mickelvat was asking you questions, the goal was just put in terms of a goal being to keep overall fuel hazards less than high, but the precursor to that goal is that assessment is only undertaken once vegetation communities reach minimum fire thresholds. And as I understand your evidence, that's what creates the conflict for land managers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were giving evidence about the maintenance of the SFAS, to use the acronym, over that 5-year cycle, and you spoke about the mosaic pattern, that was essentially a plan which a land manager can only implement if the conflict which you've identified was resolved in favour of the overall fuel hazard goal as opposed to the fire threshold goal. Would you agree with that?
Yes, they're caught in this situation where there are two objectives. If they do one thing, they will not achieve the other. If they do the other, they won't achieve the alternative. So there's a conflict there.
Is that why the objective is under in the table under zone characteristics rather than purpose?
I'm not sure why it would be in one column or the other, Your Honour.
But so when your critique of what occurred in that SFAS is a critique measured against your ideal characteristic of what should be happening within a goal rather than what in fact is the purpose set out in this plan, namely an assessment once vegetation communities reach a minimum fire threshold. Do you agree with that?
No. What I would say in relation to the strategic fire advantage zone is that you can't just take the zone characteristics column in isolation. There's a purpose. The purpose is to provide areas of strategic protection, okay, to reduce the speed and intensity of bushfires, and that will help containment, okay? And then there are, in relation to that purpose, there are some suppression objectives. Those objectives are to allow you to conduct parallel attack. That's where you conduct attack on the flank of a fire, or to conduct some indirect attack. So by reducing the fuel, you improve your opportunities to undertake those suppression objectives. And importantly in there's the objective of reducing the likelihood of crown fire development and spot fire ignition potential. So where the disconnect is that in the zone characteristics, keeping the overall fuel hazard to less than high is consistent with the purpose and the suppression objectives, but this adherence to the minimum fire intervals is not consistent with those suppression objectives or the purpose.
And that's why, as I understand your opinion, you're essentially saying that the ecological considerations which underpin minimum fire thresholds should not apply within a strategic fire advantage zone. Is that correct?
I believe that the time thresholds should be geared to achieving that purpose and the suppression objectives and not the ecological objectives, yes.
And one consequence of abandoning the ecological objectives is that the structure of the forest would change over time. Do you accept that?
The understory, the structure would be a more open understory, and you'll have a different species composition in there in that strategic fire advantage zone, yes.
In essence, through intervention, you'd be changing those aspects of the wet sclerophyll forest, you'd be moving them more towards a dry sclerophyll forest. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that, because the overstory trees are still wet sclerophyll forest trees. What you would be altering is the understory condition. You'd be shifting it from a shrubby subformation to a more grassy subformation.
But as I understood your evidence, the wet sclerophyll forest, there are aspects of that underfloor, or I would draw that, in a wet sclerophyll forest, there are aspects of the surface fuels which inhibit eucalypt growth. Is that, did I understand that correctly or not?
It's not that they inhibit growth. The mature trees will still grow. What you won't get in a heavily shaded forest is more eucalypt regeneration. So you won't get seed germination and young seedlings coming up. But that's going to occur regardless of whether you're burning or not, because those wet sclerophyll trees are shade intolerant. So yeah, you're not going to get the eucalypts regenerating, but what you will, in the absence of fire, get is some of these mesic species, the non-sclerophyllous species, starting to come in under that wet sclerophyll forest.
And is one consequence of increasing the fire regime that you'd be favouring certain species of animals over other species of animals? Yes,
that's true. You can't have everything in the same spot. Some things like grassy understories, others like much denser shrubby understories. So you would favour those that favour the more open grassy understory conditions.
Is it fair to say that your views on how hazard reduction should be implemented in New South Wales is one which is not universally held by people with an interest in the area?
I don't think there is a universal view.
And it's true, is it not, that there's been an extensive investigation of the issue of what is an appropriate level of hazard reduction by an inquiry that the New South Wales government's having this year? Is that your understanding?
I understand that there is a New South Wales inquiry going on, and I do understand, although I'm not intimately familiar with what investigations have been made, but hazard reduction is one of the matters that they are investigating, as I understand.
And would you expect that the competing views on hazard reduction would have had an airing during the course of that inquiry?
Yes, I would.
And in terms of the considerations which a land manager needs to take into account under the Bushfire Environmental Assessment Code, the minimum fire thresholds are not the only consideration they need to take into account. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct. The additional matters are threatened species, amongst other things.
And indeed, where there is a threatened species, that may lead to the minimum fire threshold being greater than that applicable just in relation to whether it's a wet sclerophyll forest or a dry sclerophyll forest?
Yes, that's true.
You mentioned in your evidence the difficulty that land managers face in undertaking prescribed burning, because whilst you might draw a line on a map as to what the extent of the prescribed burn is planned to be, it can be difficult containing it within those lines. Do you recall that evidence?
That's not the evidence that I thought I gave. If I was planning a burn and I put lines on a map that were the containment lines for the burn, I would expect to be able to achieve those. But if within that burn there was both dry sclerophyll and wet sclerophyll, the conundrum or the difficulty that I was raising is that it would be very difficult to stop the fire from entering into the wet sclerophyll parts, just to clarify the evidence that I was giving.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that one consequence of fire during a prescribed burn going into an area where, say, that wet sclerophyll area that you're talking about within a dry sclerophyll forest, is that a land manager may be prosecuted for such a breach? Is that correct?
I am aware that there have been prosecutions. I don't think there's been many, but that is a possibility.
That's one of your concerns, though, isn't it?
No. My concern is not putting fire practitioners in predicaments where they're faced with choices either not to burn because it's too difficult to achieve the requirements of keeping the fire out of the wet sclerophyll components, or burning and not complying with that instruction. It's not necessarily that they'll be prosecuted, but you're putting those burn practitioners in that predicament.
And just coming back to the threatened species aspect of say, land managers' predicament, does the presence of a threatened species within an area make planning and undertaking a burn more difficult?
Yes, it does. For example, you might have a powerful owl roost tree, and one of the conditions might be that there's a 300-metre buffer around that roost tree, so you mustn't have fire within 300 metres of the tree, for example. You have no way of stopping that burn from magically pulling up stumps 300 metres from the tree. So some of those conditions can be problematic to implement.
Now, in terms of the burning which took place to the north of the Bega River, could the witness be shown Annexure F to Mr. Heffernan's statement, which is tab 246A, and is the page 240 of the statement? I don't have a volume, a page number in the brief, I'm sorry, Your Honour.
Is it the fourth Heffernan statement?
No, it's the third statement of Mr. Heffernan relating to hazard reduction, and it became, as I understand it, tab 246A of the brief. And I've already asked Mr. Heffernan, Mr. Damar a question.
F, Your Honour,
Sorry?
is volume 18, tab 246A.
14. Thank you. Is it the map?
Yes, Your Honour, it's Annexure F and it's got it has blue hatched areas and orange hatched areas.
Right. Mr Demar was taken to Annexure B, so...
I have an Annexure F in front of me. It's got a 240 up in the right-hand top corner of where the Rural Fire Service logo is.
That's the document that I'm seeking to take him to, and if I said Annexure B, I apologise, Your Honour.
No, you didn't.
Oh. Mr Demar, can you see there the Reedy Swamp Road area going into Vimy Ridge Road?
Yes, I can.
And you can see there that there is two dates, one of the 23rd of May 2010 and the other of 18th of April 2013.
Yes, I can see those.
And when you prepared your report, you referred to hazard reduction in that general area, which part of which was in the Tangent Nature Reserve, and that was the 23rd of May 2010 hazard reduction, is that correct?
Yes, as I recall, I thought that was the only burn that I was aware of in that particular area.
But you'd agree that if there was a burn which is indicated as having taken place on the 18th of April 2013, that was an additional hazard reduction that took place within the area that was impacted by this fire?
Yes.
And that is an area, is it not, that would likely have been where a ramp, if I can put it that way, for the launch of embers across the Bega River may well have taken place?
The Vimy Ridge Road, I would expect, runs along the ridge, and you can see the creeks and the drainage lines falling away to the south on the south side of Vimy Ridge Road, and you can see them falling away down to the northeast on that side of the road. The ramp that I see there is as the fire comes up to Vimy Ridge Road from the west, it's going to have the wind behind it, it's going to be coming uphill. That would be what I characterise as a ramp. And then there are some areas further across closer to the river, so that's one ridge system, that Vimy Ridge Road, and then it looks like there is another ridge over closer to the Bega River. So it would have gone up that's where the SFAZ is, the blue hatched area. So that would be another ramp in there.
Well, with that, if you say that Vimy Ridge Road is on the ridge, then presumably the blue hatched area, at least in part, is falling away from that ridge, isn't it?
It looks like it's part of a spur system that blue hatched area is on. You can see a creek falling down, going directly south from that blue hatched area into the Bega River. And I can see another drainage feature just to the north of that blue hatched area, running in a southeasterly direction down to the river. So that blue hatched area looks to me like it's on the top of the topography there, part of the ridge system.
In order to really make any informed assessment about the topography, though, you'd need to either have more detailed information than's provided on this map or physically attend, would you not?
I'm doing my best to answer your question from the map that I've got before me.
Yes, but you haven't done any assessment of that area to work out where the fire may have gone up a ramp, and have you?
I haven't done a detailed assessment, no.
So to the extent that you're, well, I withdraw that. in terms of the area of the SFAS to the west of Tathra, what's your understanding of the topography of that strategic fire advantage zone?
My understanding of that strategic fire advantage zone is that Thompson Road runs pretty much along the high part of a ridge system, and then the topography generally falls down towards the edge of the township of Tathra. And it's dissected by some gullies in there, but it's generally a downhill run towards Tathra from Thompson's Ridge.
So then, just taking your evidence about what you considered the most likely mechanism for spotting into Tathra, as I understand your evidence, it was that the fire had, the most likely explanation for spotting was that the fire took an uphill run, and that the effect of the uphill, the topography and the slope going uphill is that the wind driving the fire then essentially goes upwards in a convection from the top of the ridge. Is that a correct understanding of what your explanation of the mechanism of the spotting would be?
There were two things. Well, my recollection is there were two things in my answer once the fire had crossed the Bega River. Firstly is that it would do an uphill run towards Thompson's Road and reach the top of the ridge there, and I'd expect some spotting as it reached the top there. But the second thing that I thought I said, or if I didn't say it, I meant to say, was that as the fire approached the western edge of Tathra, where it was previously burning in a forest and it reaches that urban edge, it hasn't got the fuel any longer to support that high energy convection column, and so the column collapses upon the fire reaching the edge of Tathra. And so at that point, I would expect there to be a spotting event from that, where that column collapses as the fire reaches the edge of the township. So there were two things I was trying to cover in that previous answer.
But in terms of the first aspect, namely the fire running up an uphill slope, then maintenance of the SFAS, we'll have to draw that. There's no strategic fire advantage zone on the western side of Thompson's Drive.
That's correct.
And so that whatever fire management took place within the strategic fire advantage zone to the west of Tathra had no impact on that first aspect of what you say was most likely to have caused the spotting, namely the uphill run. Do you agree with that?
For that component, yes, I agree with you. The impact, the second component of the answer is the component that the SFAS would have an effect on.
But for that second component, at least for the part of Tathra which is to the east of the burn that took place in May 2014, then the protection that you've described to Her Honour that you would expect to have taken place would have been operative in those areas immediately to the east of that 2014 burn. Do you agree with that?
Yes, there would have been some effect from that.
Well, more than some effect, the effect that you say a strategic fire advantage zone provides would be the effect, if any, that was experienced by the streets immediately to the east of that prescribed burn in 2014, would it not?
Yes, the reason I say some effect is because you've still got that expanse of area that wasn't hasn't been burnt since 2009 from which the spotting would come.
But even adopting your approach, as I understand it, of a mosaic burn, then you wouldn't burn the 2009. I withdraw that. It would be, you'd probably be treating other areas of the SFAS before you'd treat that 2009 burn in the period that you've identified, would you not?
What I would say is that if we were treating that area in the way that I was suggesting, those other areas that have not been treated would have been treated in other years other than 2014, and by this point we would be getting back to applying another treatment in the 2009 area. So I would agree with you to the extent that because there hasn't been burning done in those other areas, you would be prioritising burning in those areas rather than the 2009 areas. But if you were burning on a rotation as I suggested, then those other blue shaded areas would have already been burnt, and you'd be back to considering if the fuels had reached high to whether you would be again applying a fire in the area that was burned in 2009.
In terms of this strategic fire advantage zone, are you aware that it's on a number of different tenures of land?
I am.
And in terms of the owners of that land, do you know who those owners are other than Bego Shire Council?
My general understanding is that some of the other tenures there are different forms of Crown land tenure, and I think they're managed by Department of Lands.
And in terms of, would you agree with me that hazard reduction is a labour-intensive activity?
Yes, I would.
And it's also an activity that requires quite a degree of financial resources applied to it in order for it to occur.
I think that's the major constraint, yes.
And so that in order to, I would draw, and you can't look, in terms of the resources constraint, you'd need to look at the whole of the landscape and determine what needs to be treated across the whole of the landscape to have a proper understanding of the resources required to implement the regime that you're suggesting. Would you agree with that?
No, I think if you go through a planning process and you place strategic fire advantage zones in particular locations, and the bushfire management committees have representatives of the different agencies, then regardless of what you're planning to implement elsewhere in the landscape, you need to consider how you're going to implement the zones which you have planned and committed to.
But you can't just look at this Tathra strategic fire advantage zone. You'd need to look at all of the strategic fire advantage zones throughout the Bega Valley.
Yes, I see what you mean. In determining what resources you would need, yes, you need to consider what resources you need to address all of the fire management that you need to do, not just one zone next to Tathra.
And some of those zones may contain land owned by private landowners. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So to practically achieve the level of hazard reduction that you're outlining to Her Honour ought be done, would you agree that that would require a significant increase in resources made available for hazard reduction?
I think it's apparent that strategic fire advantage zones are not being implemented in the the way that they're designed, and that a considerable factor in that is that there may not be the resources in the agencies to deliver those plans. So I would agree with you that there needs to be a look at whether the resourcing that the agencies have to implement these plans that they commit to is adequate to do so.
But it's not just the agencies in the sense that they're given the range of tenures that need to be considered. There are many landowners who have no capacity to undertake hazard reduction of the type that you're describing. Would you agree with that?
I do. There are some land tenures where they rely on the Rural Fire Service to do some of that implementation, in many cases on volunteers.
And so one of the constraints is the fact that you mentioned volunteers. It may be very difficult, for example, to get volunteers to participate in a hazard reduction during the week when they're at work. That's right, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And so that resource constraint is something which makes planning hazard reductions within the limited window where it can be undertaken safely. That's another complicating factor for bushfire management committees to have to consider. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Just if you excuse me, Your Honour. And just one final topic, if I may, Mr. Demar. Another problem that is raised in hazard reduction is if you were to do the hazard reduction that you're suggesting ought to be done, that would lead to smoke impacts on the adjoining communities occurring more regularly. Would you agree with that?
Yes, there would be, if you increase the number of burns that are occurring, you would increase smoke events. That's true.
And that's something which, when land agencies do undertake burns, they get a lot of complaints about the smoke generated by the burns. Is that your experience?
I used to have to answer ministerials about smoke regularly during the hazard reduction season myself when I was the fire chief at Forestry.
And so in terms of the limited window of opportunity for hazard reduction, one aspect that needs to be taken into account is whether or not smoke is going to impact on nearby communities. Is that correct?
Yes, it is a factor.
And in terms of the nearby communities, would you agree that there is a range of views as to what level of hazard reduction should be undertaken?
Oh yes, it's a highly contested issue.
Some people move to those communities for what they regard as the ecological aspect of the community, namely they live next to a rainforest or a wet sclerophyll forest. Would you accept that? Some
people move into those areas not appreciating the risk that comes with having the amenity of those areas, the ecological values that they favour.
And another way of managing the risk would be to require different building standards within those communities adjoining forested areas. Is that right?
Yes, there are a range of complementary measures. It's not an either or, in my view. Risk reduction is about taking a range of complementary measures. It's often referred to as the Swiss cheese model, in that if you implement enough of the range of different measures, so as you're saying, planning and building controls, community education, so that people do their bushfire survival plans, having your fire trails in the right place, doing your hazard reduction, the full range of measures, all of those things go to optimising your risk reduction. It's not a case of doing one thing or the other.
But the types of measures which I've just been describing, potentially changes to buildings, that invariably would there a cost to individual members of the community in terms of the standards that they might have to adhere to. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it does. There are additional costs of complying with standards like AS 3959, the construction of buildings in bushfire-prone areas, over that are greater than if you're building in an area that's not bushfire-prone.
And as a result of the cost considerations and the resource constraints and also the ecological considerations that need to be taken into account, would you agree that this is an area which is a very political area, and is that a fair comment?
Oh, look, I'm not sure what drives politics. What I would say is that there are a range of different views in most communities about hazard reduction as one of the measures of risk reduction. So if your question about political is driving at there being differences of opinion around that subject, then yes, I would agree with that.
Yes. No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Baroni, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a couple, Your Honour. Mr Demar, I'm Mr Baroni. Earlier you gave some evidence about, well, can I withdraw that? Your view is that there should be some more frequent hazard reduction in areas like the Bega Valley. Was that correct?
My view is that if bushfire management committees plan strategic fire advantage zones, they should implement them.
Yes, but part of what your evidence was that there, I think you said that, for example, with wet sclerophyll forests, that 25 years was simply too far between burns. That was the effect of what your evidence was, as I understand it.
Yes, I don't believe you can implement a strategic fire advantage zone and achieve the fuel specifications with an interval of 25 years.
Yes, so the general proposition is that you want to put forward is that there should be, if you're going to achieve those objectives, then there needs to be more frequent hazard reduction conducted in those particular areas. Is that correct?
In those strategic fire advantage zones, yes.
Yes, and that's what we're talking about. The other, as I understood it, part of your other suggestion was that with your burn plans or your philosophy in relation to burn plans, that you would slowly conduct burn plans to also change the mix of the relevant forest, particularly the undergrowth. Is that correct? Move it more to a wet sclerophyll type of forest?
Not by intent, but that will be an effect of implementing the kinds of fire cycles that you would need to implement, yes.
And I think your evidence earlier was also that the effect of that is that over time it would reduce the number of eucalypt regeneration in those particular areas. Is that correct?
No. The overstory trees are going to remain. Those burns are low intensity hazard reduction burns, and so they don't remove the overstory trees. Even the co-dominants and some of the subdominants. The only thing they remove is any seedlings, to the extent that any come up, and that doesn't happen very much in wet sclerophyll forest because it's too shady, is what I was saying.
Yes, but wouldn't that over time have an effect on the makeup of the eucalypt forest generally? Wouldn't you have a reduction over time if there are fewer saplings, etc.? Wouldn't that have a reduction over time in the makeup of the forest in terms of it being a eucalypt forest?
No, it'll still be a eucalypt forest. What often gets misunderstood with these burns, because they're low intensity burns, they are patchy. So, you know, the many burns that I've been involved in, it's not 100% of the area within your planned burn area that gets burnt. It's quite patchy. And so there will be, where there are eucalypts in the unburnt patches, they will grow on and achieve a level of resilience. So bark, they get a height that their crown is not, you know, their upper leaves are not burnt off, so that when the next low intensity burn comes through, there will be eucalypts in there that go on to replace the overstory trees. So it's not a case that these burns eliminate all eucalypt seedlings or young eucalypt regrowth from the area. There will be more than ample eucalypts to replace the old growth eucalypts that are currently providing the canopy.
Just so that I understand it, you're not suggesting, or are you suggesting that the impact would have a slowing of regeneration of eucalypt trees?
There will be less survival of the young eucalypt regeneration that is going on in that system.
Yes, and you're aware that there is a unique koala colony in that area?
Yes.
Yes, and that would have an impact on their long-term survival if there is a slowing of the eucalypt regeneration?
What I would say is that the greatest threat to the koala population is high intensity fires coming through and burning out the forest they inhabit, and not low intensity burns that don't impact those koalas in that way.
Perhaps if you can just answer my question, is it your evidence that because there will be a slowing of eucalypt regeneration, wouldn't that have an impact over time on the health of the koala colony in that area?
No, I don't believe it would.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lloyd, do you have some questions?
Your Honour, I may have some questions. They won't take long, but my preference is for any cross-examination by me to also stand over, along with what I understand Senior Counsel Assisting's proposal to stand over issues 5, 6, 7 and 8. The reason being that, and I'm not critical of either Junior Counsel Assisting or Mr. Demar, but a bit like yesterday, Mr. Demar said some things in his oral evidence today for the first time. For example, about the link between the fuel load and the intensity of the fire. And also about page 29 of Mr. Van Brack's statement. And also, Your Honour's, with respect, fair question about whether mechanical means can be used in SFAS areas. They are matters upon which I would like to obtain instructions before considering whether to ask Mr. Demar about them.
Okay.
If I do wish to cross-examine, I anticipate it would go for no more than about 10 or 15 minutes, and so it wouldn't be a particularly serious intrusion onto the limited issues to be addressed on the resumption.
Okay. Yes. Do you have any problem with that?
Well, say for this, Your Honour, Mr. Demar has gone into the situation in relation to the potential impact of failure to adequately maintain strategic fire advantage zones in some considerable detail in his first report. And in my view, the additional evidence that's fallen is essentially by way of clarification. Of course, it cannot be the case that an expert is confined to what they have said in their report in providing evidence. And in relation to the asset protection zones, it seems to me that that is essentially a minor matter, that instructions might be sought over the lunchtime adjournment, and it's essentially a matter of clarification. But I hear what Mr Lloyd says in relation to the minimal impact of his cross-examination on any resumed hearing. I suppose the greater concern is potentially the impact on the possibility of the parties all finding dates by having an additional party joining that portion of the proceeding.
Sorry, Your Honour, I should clarify. I thought I made it clear, but obviously I didn't. I wasn't being critical either of the witness or junior counsel assisting for eliciting the evidence. This is an inquiry, as Your Honour, with respect, correctly said yesterday, and that happened. But there is nowhere in any of Mr Damar's reports where he gives opinion evidence of the kind he's given today actually linking the fuel load with the intensity of the fire. He does talk in general or theoretical terms about the possibility for that, but the first time we have ever heard opinion evidence that there was a link was today. That's okay, that happens in inquiries. My point is simply that I think it's fair for my client to consider that evidence, me to obtain some instructions about it, and to ask any questions I have on the next occasion.
Would you be able to obtain those instructions over the next hour?
I don't know. I'd rather doubt it, because I'm just not sure whether Mr Van Bracht would necessarily be the right person to give me those instructions. I don't understand him to necessarily have the expertise on this particular issue that's been raised this morning. He certainly could give me instructions about the other two issues, the page 29 adequacy point and the mechanical control issues, but certainly on that issue today, I'm not convinced he'd be the right person. And we may need to. I'm not suggesting that this is likely or will happen, but it may be that we need to speak to someone outside council about it. I'm not suggesting we're going to go away and get some expert report, but I just don't know. We didn't hear about it. I've never come here to meet that point. I've read the report carefully to ensure that there was no opinion on that causal link. I can't see that there is anywhere, and no one's pointed it out where it would be in any of the opinion evidence. I'm not complaining, these things happen, but it's not obvious to me with respect, aside from the difficulty in finding a date which is suitable to the council, what the impediment to any cross-examination occurring on the subsequent occasion would be.
Right, well, I'll deal with that question in a moment. Mr Smythe, do you have any questions?
Your Honour, the victims have a number of questions for Mr Damar, but they all relate to vegetation management issues, so on the expedient Mr Castleton's explained to you, I propose to ask them on the next occasion.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions arising out of today's evidence? Mr Micklevit, can you re-examine now, or do you want to hold that until Mr Lloyd knows what the council's position is?
Your Honour, I could proceed to re-examine in relation to the matters that have arisen, of which there are very few, and perhaps reserve my position in relation to anything further that falls on the subject. Mr Damar, just two small matters, perhaps not that small, but they'll be reasonably brief.
I'll hope.
You gave some evidence in relation to the conflict that exists between the minimum fire thresholds and the impetus to maintain the overall fuel hazard at a level below high. Your evidence in that respect was confined to the position in relation to wet sclerophyll forest, was it?
In relation to that 25 years that was put to me, yes.
Yes. And that conflict doesn't exist in relation to dry sclerophyll forest, where the minimum fire interval is 5 or 7 years.
That's right.
Yes. And so if, for example, a given portion of forest had a majority of dry sclerophyll forest, the minimum fire threshold would be no impediment to maintaining the majority of that particular area of forest at below an overall fuel hazard of high.
That's correct.
Yes. The bushfire management committees are responsible for identifying the strategic fire advantage zones in their area.
Yes.
Would you expect, as part of the identification of those zones, the committees consider issues of resourcing and practicability?
Yes, I would.
And you would not, would you expect them to identify as strategic fire advantage zones areas that they didn't think they would have the resources to manage appropriately?
I agree with you.
Yes. Those are the matters, Your Honour.
So the answers to those questions changed your position at all, Mr. Lloyd?
No, Your Honour.
It's an entirely separate issue.
Well, so I understand that, Mr. Lloyd, is that you are needing to address the issues in relation to the evidence from Mr. Maher that though he doesn't think that the fire impact upon Tathra would still have occurred regardless of the hazard reduction burning program that was carried out by the council, that it would have been of less intensity because of an impact of an area that had been not burnt and also of an area that had been last burned in 2009.
Yeah, Your Honour, that's
All
the issue that's
right.
most trying.
I'm not quite sure that you've been completely taken by surprise with that, given his general evidence, but I will allow your cross-examination to be reserved pending instructions. If there is a difficulty in dates, I'm going to let you know now that your cross-examination may have to be by way of written correspondence if you cannot attend on the dates that we need to set aside for the remaining arborist issue.
Oh, I understand that, Your Honour, and
Okay.
or by another barrister.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be me.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. DeMar, you're excused for today, but I think you're going to be coming back in relation to the other issue anyway, so you might like to take a seat. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Honour.
Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, can I take up 5 minutes of Your Honour's time, which will conclude today? Can I first indicate to Your Honour that Mr. Wiper was emailed Essential Energy's objection letter this morning at about 7:01. There are a number of documents that I will tender. The first is a supplementary statement of Andrew Claringbold, Claringbold, dated 24 April 11 August 2020. Mr. Claringbold provided an earlier statement dated 24 April 2018.
Where do I find Mr. Claringbold's first statement in the
I think
book?
it might be in volume 4.
This, Mr Clarenbold's statement of the 11th of August 2020 will be included in Exhibit 1, the brief of evidence, and will be marked, I just found it now, I've lost it, 20A.
Thank you, Your Honour. The next document is a document provided by Essential Energy. It's an Essential Energy training material, ENSPEC, NSPEC, proposed course outline, power safety training course outline.
What, exhibit? That'll be Exhibit 39.
I please the court. And then, Your Honour, behind tab 232 are some maps. I tender replacement maps in respect of tab 232, being maps A, E and F. A replacement map has already been separately tendered, which is map B, which is Exhibit 29. So if maps A, E and F could replace those that are presently in tab 232.
This is in volume 15, isn't it?
15, I think Your Honour's right.
No, that's right.
No, it's 15.
15's 233.
So what's the tab number again?
232, Your Honour.
What was the original 232?
There were some maps which there were some errors in relation to those maps, and
My 232 is blank.
The document.
I'm just, oh, hang on. Not,
29 is in there.
The tender copy is blank to you.
Which are the maps?
232 should be the maps. Is 231 a letter in Your Honour's brief from those instructing, taking instructions from the RFS, Alan and Alan?
it is.
Then, as I understand it, maps A, E and F should sit behind tab 232, which are the annexes to the Allen's letter, which is tab 231. B, as I said, map B is already in evidence as Exhibit 29.
Understand. Right, so annexure A, E and F, which are referred to in the letter of the 16th of July 2020 at tab 231, are now to be added to brief of evidence Exhibit 1 and to have the tab 232.
Thank you, Your Honour. And finally, by way of case management, subject to Your Honour's approval, those assisting Your Honour will circulate to all parties a proposed timetable in relation to exchange of submissions on all issues, with the exception of the vegetation management issue. In relation to the vegetation management issue, those assisting Your Honour will circulate some available dates with a view to identifying a date common to all interested parties on that issue, and including Mr Lloyd's client's interest. And then, assuming a date can be agreed, a timetable will be proposed to deal with the additional evidence of Mr Norman and any evidence adduced, but also to be adduced on behalf of Essential Energy. Your Honour, that concludes the evidence today, and subject to any other housekeeping matters, I have nothing further to say.
Thank you. Mr Smythe.
Your Honour, can I foreshadow, without knowing what the date is going to be, that I might need to refresh my application to appear by video?
There'll be no problem with that at all.
Thank you.
Anything arising from Court 2?
Yes, Your Honour. Your Honour will recall I asked some questions of Mr Conway concerning assumptions he'd made of Mr Webster arriving at the fire control centre.
Yeah.
And Your Honour mentioned or said something about getting a statement from Mr Webster. That's been done, and I have it in my hands now. I know that I haven't been, given how long it's taken, it hasn't been circulated to council assisting. I'm not quite sure how to deal with it. There is one clarification, though, that I need to make, which is namely that I put to Mr Conway that Mr Webster was sort of formally acting as the planning officer on that afternoon, and that was not correct. He did have a role in planning, but his principal focus was public and media liaison, and so the statement clarifies that. That also confirms the timings, which I put to Mr Conway.
So as public and media liaison, was he part of the incident management team or not?
Yes, he was. He was part of the pre-arranged incident management team, and he, at 12:30, received the telephone call from 000, which I asked Mr Conway questions about, and then he, after informing Mr Cullen that he was coming, he then attended, and it took him approximately half an hour from his home in Bega to get to the fire control centre.
So does that, if he wasn't the planning officer, does that mean Mr Cooper was?
Well, Your Honour, I think that Mr Cooper, in his evidence, speaks about being appointed the planning officer as part of the Section 44 IMT, but as I understand, the evidence in total is that planning really was a collective activity until such time as that formal appointment later in the afternoon.
Okay.
So there wasn't a formal appointment of a planning officer in that initial stages of it, but there was planning being undertaken.
Well, you're at liberty to give that document to Mr Castledine, and whether or not he wishes to pursue anything with Mr Webster will have to be determined after reading it.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Anything further? No? All right, well, thank you for the last 3 weeks. I'll see some of you hopefully not too far in the distant future, and hear from others. All right. This inquiry is now adjourned for a date to be fixed in relation to a discrete issue. Thank you.